Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing today? Let me know below what you're hoping to do with these sprints, what you're hoping to accomplish or get read today. If there's anything you finished, whether it's a movie, TV show, or book lately that you love and want to share, we'd love to hear it. And if you're new here, basically every 10 minutes, we do a little chat or we do a chat session for 10 minutes. And then when the alarm goes off, I roll a dice and it determines how long we're going to be sprinting. If I roll again, though, be ready to say how long you want it to go. So you guys get to pick at that point. For us here at the Aubrey household, the only new thing, still dealing with the stress from last week, but it's getting a little bit better as thankfully things usually happen. It's like a roller coaster, right? Sometimes you're doing really, really good, sometimes not so much. And then just when you're doing good again, it's life. But thank you all for your thoughts, prayers, and everything, because I am on the up trajectory. But I would appreciate more thoughts, prayers, and everything, because after we get done with sprints today, and I have to be done by 2:30, guys, I have a phone, not really an interview. I think it's more a screening is the first step with the potential job that I might have in the future. So I would appreciate all the good thoughts for that, because your girl needs to get back to work. So yeah, I'm hoping that it ends up being a good thing and it would be in a fun place. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yay, hubby's here for the party. Hope work's going well for you today, sweetie, especially since you're the big man in charge today. Good rising. Good morning, Tina. How are you doing? Are we doing for the birdies today bubble guppies, or are we doing some Nature Channel or Dora the Explorer? I always love hearing what the sweet, sweet birds are watching for the day. Aw, thank you so much, Kira. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much. I always feel like it never hurts to ask, because you never know. Everybody putting out there in the universe good thoughts and stuff. What if that's the thing that gets it done? So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But thank you. Definitely need the encouragement. And I'll let you guys know next week how it went. Good morning, Julie. Good to see you. Thank you so much for checking up and messaging me. I've really enjoyed our messages back and forth. Hope things are going well for you as well. Like we talked about, it's a roller coaster, this life. But I am so grateful for it. I am beyond blessed. I really, really am. Even when the stresses happen, like I just can't deny that I am super, super blessed and I've had a great life. So, and I get to have you guys. And not to sound like a mushy gushy Muppet, but I am always excited to get to hang out with you guys and see everyone. So that makes my week for me. Nice stack of books behind me. I think my husband is referring to the ones we had to buy of my book. We had to buy a bunch more copies of the first book and the second book that I wrote, because I got that invitation at the local library for the local authors event, my first author event. And that's not until November. You'll hear me gushing about it when it gets closer. But obviously, you need to have your own table set up with books to sell and sign. And I'm going to have bookmarks like you guys have seen in the readathons that'll be there for free giveaway. I'm going to have a spinner wheel so they can always earn something. It'll be a sticker or candy, but they get to earn something. And hubby was so sweet. I got to order a sign. And on the side, it has my picture and book 1, book 2. And in book 3 spot, it has some falling feathers and it says pause book 3 coming in 2026. So I'm hoping, even if nobody stops by, although I'm hoping they'll at least stop by to say hi, even if nobody stops by, I'm going to have my hubby there to chat with. And of course, I love to read, so I can also read. And I can go hit up the other authors and see what they're doing as well. So it should be fun. They've been into Bluey here recently. That's their new morning program. That is so amazing. I love that, Tina. Now, Bluey was after Katie's time, so we never really watched Bluey, but I've heard it is like crazy popular out there. I heard everybody loves Bluey, and that there's even things in the show that have the humor for the adults as well, which I always love and appreciate, because the adults got to sit through it too most of the time. So I love when it's also funny for us. Good morning, Denise. Making the coffee. Here, here. Just got up on page. This is my one that I ordered on Amazon. You can personalize it. And so it says Aubrey Books and Coffee. So it's just a reusable cup. Just got up on page 215 of Hard Rain Falling, and we'll be doing some chores also. You always get all the things done. You do fabulous, Denise. I'm excited to see your progress today. Hubby says to Tina, wait, your birds have TV preferences? Yes, yes, they do, sweetie. Yes, they do. Aw, thank you. I do have a lot of wonderful support from hubby and Katie who think I should have bought more books. And I'm like, no, because I'm just going to be housing them. They're not going to make me any money. So I don't want to buy a ton for this event and not sell even one. And then I'm stuck with all of these copies. But thank you, sweetie. That means a lot. Today's not bad. Good, good. Given I was up late with the kiddo, the sun is shining, and I should be finishing an annoying work project today, my heart goes out to you, sweetie. I'm so sorry. My focus is on what I can control and accepting the rest. I love that. So true, Julie. Sending you all of the energy, sending you all of the support. Thumbs up. I got your back. I got you, and you got this, Julie. You got this. Oh, they're going to learn great life lessons from Bluey. I think so too. That is just the cutest, isn't it? That's why I always ask her what they're watching. It cracks me up. We have an Amy. Good morning, Amy. Just finished Ward D, and I'm trying to decide what I want to pick up next. How did you like it? I'm going to be doing some laundry, setting up my November planner, and might go through my clothes and toss some. Yeah, I need to do that too. I have a huge stack of the pictures from the book covers that I really need to get in here. And I need to update all of that. So I'm with you on that, Amy. But I hope that you get some of those chores done and some reading of the new book and getting the planner done as well. Tina says back to Ryan, they seem to have, LOL, the level of tweetage and chirpage tells all, especially for mom. You know, you can totally translate all of that. You know very, very well what makes them happy and excited. That is so adorable, Tina. I love it. That's great, Julie. Yes. And sending a heart. Absolutely. We encourage each other around here for sure. Because again, life. Yes, I want to know about Ward D too, right? That sounds really interesting. I need to know, Amy. What was Ward D like? Sylvester and Tweety aren't at the top of the list. That's terrible. That would probably scare the poor birds. Having this horrific cat chasing the poor innocent little Tweety. That would be horrible. I'm going to guess Tina's never going to allow you to babysit, sweetie. Amy says, Ward D was okay. It was a scary idea to be locked in the psych ward. That is terrifying. Wow. Wow. See, I didn't even know what it was about, but that makes sense with the title now. But wow. Okay. So a scary concept, but you said it didn't quite work well. So 3.5 stars for you. Yeah, I hate when it's really, really slow or it doesn't stick the landing. That's when I get frustrated. We've got a little less than 2 minutes, everybody, and then we will go into our first sprint of the morning. And I don't know about you guys, but the weather around here has been amazing. It's almost like we're finally getting our fall weather. So we've been 60s and 70s. Tomorrow, I think it's going to try to crest up to 80, but then immediately Sunday drops down to the 50s. So yay for sinuses tomorrow. But I'm really excited because then we can open the windows and just keep them open because it stays in the 60s. And I am all about that. And our cats are too. They love it when the windows are open. Tina's like, Ryan. I mean, you're allowed to yell at him, Tina. You're allowed to lecture him about, threatening your poor babies with a horrific cartoon. Good morning, Mary. Good to see you. Listening to Jay Moody is out of time. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Is that like a science fiction one, or is it like a romance or a combination? I'm intrigued. Tell us, Mary. Tell us. And we have a Rope. Good morning, Rope. I hope you enjoy the joke of the day when I get to it next. Good morning, good life. No classes, planning period today. Lovely. So I'm going to spend most of this first half of the day reading Green Arrow. That's my favorite DC. Continuing writing my draft. Sigh. Hashtag adulting, I guess. Yeah, all before I have to work at the store from 1 to 9. Oof, that's a really long day, Rope. Really long. Who is your favorite character? Is it Green Arrow or is it somebody else and you just enjoy reading Green Arrow? I tell you, that Ollie is so cute. I'm also reading Harry Potter and various nonfiction. Nice. That's a good little spread you have going. Yeah, Hal Jordan, Oliver Queen. Um, um, I don't think so. I don't think so, babe. I don't think so. Oliver Queen is so much better. So much better. Green Lantern for life. You're insane. You're insane. He's broken. If you guys don't know, for the comics, he's an absolute broken character. He has a ring that literally makes whatever hammer or whatever he needs. It is ridiculous. Green Arrow had to have actual talent. So there, regardless of that argument, it is time to do our first roll. So we will come back to that argument after. All right, here we go. And it is a candy peppermint, which the candy was 45 minutes. I'm going to read one of my Goodreads wins I need to get caught up on. You guys get to do whatever you want. So happy reading, happy productivity. I will see everyone back here in 45. All right, everyone. We are back from that first sprint. How did everyone do on that one? I got to eat breakfast. Hooray! I got a second cup of coffee, this time a cold brew with the leftover coffee pot. And I got to record for the vlog for week 3. If I sound a little down, it's because I had to DNF it, which is a shame because it's actually one that I've been seeing everywhere and people are like really either, I guess, loving or hating it. And so unfortunately, I didn't hate it, but I was really bored. So I DNF'd that one and then picked up my Goodreads win like I needed to anyway and got to page 10 in that. This is super cute. We're starting off hearing a POV side from both of the couples or from both partners in the coupling. The husband and wife, and basically we're starting back when they first started dating, and it gets progressive. We started in 2002 when they started, and then it's 2007 after they're married, and so on. And it's really cute because right now it's all the sweet romantic things, and eventually it's going to get chaotic because that's what it says on the back of the book. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, so far I am enjoying the writing style on that one a lot. And that is all the updates I had for me. Let's do more fun things and see what you guys have to say. Scrolling back to where we left off, ignoring husband, ignoring all his mean comments, super mean, ignoring you. And Rope says, I enjoy Green Arrow. Yay! But I would have to say Hal Jordan's Green Lantern is at the top for me. 1980s and later, though. Golden Age Hal is extremely OP when the color yellow isn't involved. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Though any Hal and Ollie team up, instant gem. That I would approve of completely. Hubby says, I'll admit I wasn't a big Green Lantern fan until Emerald Twilight. Then when Jeff Jones brought it back to the front with Rebirth. Okay, and it does make a huge difference who the writers are, 100%. I do think their dichotomy and how they played off each other was peak writing, especially in that era. Love that. That's a good way of saying it, sweetie. And we had a Paula hop in. Hi, Tara in chat. Sprinting myself for Scarathon. Otherwise, I'd be hanging out. So just popping in to boot the like button. Paula is so sweet, you guys. So I linked a link to her channel so you can pop over there and see her anytime and give her some love and appreciation as well. And speaking of channels that are fun to visit, we have a Jules. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. Going back to watch the beginning. Never late, Jules. You know that. This is very chill here. You come and go as you please. But glad to see you. Good luck with the upcoming interview for potential job. Thank you. They specified screening. So I'm assuming it's a process. I'm assuming it's not a full-on interview yet, and it's just a screening, but obviously I will be bringing my peak interview skills just in case. Just caught up at the beginning of the first chat. Good luck with the phone screening. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, guys. Like I said, I want all the positive vibes, please. Let's hope it goes very well. Good morning to Christina, or BookTube Mama, as you now have it. How are you doing, cutie? Remember, everyone, to hydrate or you'll mummify, which is perfect for Scarathon. Feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch. Also make sure you hocus pocus the like button. That is so cute. Where do you come up with these, Christina? 7, ring the bell so you'll hopefully get notified. That is so stinking cute. You're so talented. You need to like write greeting cards or something, or do some of the writing for the Whose Line Is It Anyway? You need to go on that show. Denise drank my first cup of coffee and cleaned the bathroom. Well done. Listen to some classic rock while playing a game of solitaire and drinking the second cup. That's what I'm saying. You are so good at multitasking. Seriously, Denise. I am not worthy. I am not worthy. I set up my planner for next week. See, Amy was doing that too. I'm loving all the planner setup and getting things caught up and ready. I also ate, excellent, Amy, Raisin Bran. I think Ryan enjoys Raisin Bran. I'm more of the grape nuts kind of, that's my shtick over there. Started some laundry, vacuumed, and started Murder at the Patel Motel, an Audible original. Excellent. How are you liking it so far, Amy? And you too, multitasking like a queen. Hi to Denise, Tina, Julie, Jules, Paula, Rope, Mary, Amy, and Ryan from Christina. Tina says hello back to Christina. Julie says hello back to Christina. Love all the hellos. I do want to make sure that I get in that joke of the day for you all. So here it is. This morning, Siri, when I talked to her, said, "Don't call me Shirley." Oops, I'd accidentally left my phone in airplane mode. Now, if you've never seen Airplane, you won't get that reference. But for those of us who have seen the movie Airplane, basically somebody says, "Well, surely not." And yes, it is, but don't call me Shirley. So that's where that came from. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, working on the Bible and playlist today. You work so hard on that, Christina. Have one I can share, even though there is only one video on there right now. More will come over the next week or so. Please do share. Always, always share. Please, please, please. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's good humor, right? You can come here for all your corny joke needs. Also, on a more sad note, in case you guys hadn't heard, Diane Keaton did pass away. So sadly, I'm waiting for the others to start trickling in because it's almost always in threes. I knew her best from Father of the Bride. She was the mother, the one that was married to Mr. Banks. She was Mrs. Banks. And she was just such a great actress and so sweet. And I didn't know she could sing, but apparently she was in, I want to say, is it Tootsie? She was in something that I haven't actually seen, and she was singing in that and has a fabulous voice. So she will be missed. Thank you, Christina. NetGalley November 2.0 announcement playlist right here. Love it, love it, love it. Sadly, November, I am not going to be able to do NetGalley November this year. I appreciated that Vanessa had the NetGalley earlier in the year because November, I got to get caught up on all the books from my TBR so that I don't have to take them off of my playlist or sell them and never see them again. So I'm going to be doing a whole lot of reading of books that I have had on my list for a while. 2 chapters completed, 3 pages of brainstorming notes complete. Nice. I really need to organize these notes so I don't go insane when I need them for drafting later scenes, episodes, and chapters. That's the hard part, is creating your, book Bible, if you will, so that you can keep everything straight. Yeah. But you can do it, Rope. We believe in you. You got this. You don't have to read arcs. Oh, okay. So kind of like she had done before, where it was like arcs, or what it's Sharktober or Shark. Yeah, I think she called it Sharktober. Anyway, that it was for the arc specifically, but that you could read anything. So yeah, I'm hoping that she does that again then. That would be lovely. But it means a 24/7/30 sprint train. Oh my gosh, that's going to be intense. All the sprints all the time. Oh my gosh. That's insane. I hope Coda's a part of it though, because Coda does a brilliant job with some of the intros and stuff and the music and everything on that. It is absolutely hilarious. Speaking of sad news, did you hear about the sad ghost? I feel like this is a joke setup, but no, Rope, I haven't. He was really going through some things. Get it? Ghost going through some things. Bum. Thank you, Rope. The focus is NetGalley, but all are welcome. Perfect. So that's perfect. And that's what I'll probably do then. But I don't want to really join a team and let anybody down. So if she does like the Driftwood Dreams, which were just there for the vibes, I may join that just so I don't feel pressure, because I'm just trying to knock these suckers out. So hopefully there's a casual team that she's doing. Yeah, that was pretty good, Rope. That was pretty good. And yay for sprint trains. I mean, it does help you get a whole lot of reading and productivity done. That's why we do sprints. We've got less than a minute, guys, and we'll go into sprint number 2. Yes. Right? We can always count on Rope for the jokes. Love it. It is Nicole, Coda, and Vanessa. And yes, Coda is working on a song. I'm telling you guys, this booktuber has just like so much talent. They should really be in Hollywood, honestly, and doing things for Hollywood, like intros to movies, or like even I picture Coda working for like when you've got the trailers that they do. I could see Coda doing like, and just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water and stuff like that. Like I could totally see Coda. It just so much talent there. So much talent. A non-competitive, but there is a bingo board. Oh, so kind of like Scarathon that Kiwi's doing. Okay, that Jess is doing. Interesting. And just lots of peeps to encourage and cheer you on. I like that. I like the more casual. So yeah, I'll go with that for sure. I'm enjoying the Patel Motel and the jokes. Right? Right? There's nothing wrong with that, Amy. You're good. You're good. I ask questions, but they don't have to be answered. And yay for sprint trains. Yes, yes. All right, everyone. We're going to roll for sprint number 2 and see how we do. This time it is a peppermint again. We got the candy again. So again, 45 minutes. I guess I am destined to just keep reading this, which is fine because like I said, it's cute. So for everyone else, you get to do what you want for 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity. I will see you back here in that 45. We're back from sprint number 2. How did everyone do on that sprint? Hope it went smoothly for you all. I used it to finish the Fab Five, which is great because, cleaning needs done. So all nice and clean around here. And I got to page 15 in This Used to Be Us. Still enjoying it. We are now going into the sadder parts of their relationship where like the wife is annoyed that every single morning, no matter that she said 3,000 times not to do it, he goes into the kitchen at like 4 a.m. and he grinds the beans. Not the night before, mind you, but the morning of, grinds the beans for the coffee and then slams the doors and drawers around and wakes up the whole house unnecessarily. So, yeah, you can see that there's already going to be some. That's what marriage is like, folks. The little things that annoy you to pieces. So, although I did hear something on a movie recently that I thought was actually pretty accurate. And they said, how do you have a marriage that's lasted 50 years? And they said 10% love, 90% commitment. So there's some truth to that. You do love each other very much, but there's something to be said about you just hang in there and commit to just lasting yet one more day. Oh, Amy. Hello, Amy. Thanks for popping in to say hi. Hope your day's going well. Looking forward to tomorrow. Hi to Amy from Christina. Hello from Alicia. Happy Friday. Love the spooky scene on the screen, right? It's so cute. Very cool. Just joining, running an errand, and reading more Divine Rivals. Ooh, hope you're enjoying it, Alicia. And Christina says, hello to Alicia. Hi from work. Hi, Kim. I'm going to try to work on my budget. I need to do that next sprint and crochet a bit when we're slow. No, I went all the way down there to steal your crochet hook. How dare you continue to crochet? And hi to Kim from Christina. Denise took a shower and I'm now eating breakfast. Yum. What is your breakfast, if you don't mind sharing? Mine was some hard-boiled eggs and string cheese. Not exciting, but filling. Got to the second chapter of Patel Motel. It's a little funny and so much drama. I love that, Amy. That cracks me up. Those are the best for me, honestly, whenever there's just like so much drama between the characters and not just angst, but like full on, sitting there being snarky to each other and things like that. That cracks me up. Heading off to a college visit with my daughter in a bit. So I won't be on when you come back. We'll probably finish this one later today. I love that for you, Amy. That is so exciting. They had a kind of career fair that they had at her school the other day. And so they got to walk around. Of course, she still wants to join the FBI. So she was talking to the police force and stuff there. And they also had colleges that, were there. And so she was getting a lot of the little brochures and things like that that talk about the different colleges. And so Katie was very much like, ooh, I may want to go here. I may want to go here. This is a good criminology department. This one is a good criminology program. And so we decided that because there's so many that she's now contemplating, and it's not just IU like she initially thought, that we're going to have to do some summer visits this coming summer and take her to look at the campuses. I encourage her to do like a pro-con kind of list. That way she can say, this program is more acclaimed, but they have a worse campus than this one, and so on. And that way she can just look at the full picture and the full scope of it before making that very important decision. So I hope you guys have a wonderful time. I hope you enjoy seeing the campus. I hope you get the best tour, and let us know when you get back, like next week, how it went. Worked on some things on the to-do list, knocking it out, Tina. Well done. I have, like I said, lots of things on my to-do list. But I learned years ago, because I get stressed wanting to check it all off, but there's always a list of like 10 things to do, just the top 3. So the 3 most important. So if there's an appointment that has to happen that day, or something has to get paid that day, or whatever, it's on there. And of course, my Fab Five is always on there. So those would be the big 2 things in the beginning. And then I add a third that it's been needing to be done for a while and I've been putting it off, or again, it's a time sensitive issue. And so then after I have those 3, I draw a line, and then I list the rest of my to-dos. And so I know I have to get those 3 done. And if I do none of the others, life still goes on. Everything's fine. Just those 3 had to get done. And so it kind of takes that pressure off. And then once those 3 are done, it's like, okay, I feel like doing something else. So I'll do something below that line. But getting that checked off the to-do list definitely feels good. Denise, it was boring. Rice Krispies with a banana. I think that sounds good. I don't think that's a boring breakfast. I remember Rice Krispies growing up. Yum, snap, crackle, and pop. Who was your favorite if you had one? I can't remember which one it is. Maybe it's Pop, but the one that had the blue cap and the blonde hair with the fluffy bang. That was my favorite. Last week, day of my break. Oh, I hope you had a great break. I know you had an interesting and fun trip. I want to hear all about when I see you tomorrow. Taking it slow, slept in good. Did devotionals and picked up the Briar Club again. I hope you're liking it. Let me know. Let me know. I know that you were looking at that when we were book shopping together. I hope you're having a wonderful, just relaxing day. You deserve that, sweetie. Christina sprint hopped, yes, like over on Paula's channel, and chatted and finished the first coffee, but now have to wait for the second one as hubby is off getting more creamer. Yeah, the creamer is essential. I cannot do coffee without the creamer, and not just any creamer. It has to be my creamer. I've tried others. I don't like them. I've tried the little dry versions, the powdered. I don't like it. Like, I'm very, very, very particular about my creamers. So I feel you there, Christina. Oh, I love that. I was thinking my middle daughter would do that for a bit, but she joined the army and is not an accountant. That's fair, fair. But I'm so glad that army's on the horizon. You know, selfishly, I was in the army, so it's got a little bit of a soft spot for me. But I hope that she's doing well, and yeah, I hope she gets to get stationed anywhere that she wants to go. I never got that. I kept saying I want to go to Germany. I want to see Germany. Not even once. Enjoy your trip with your daughter, Amy. Have a beautiful time from Christina. Yes, yes. Denise, you say that, and I'm now trying to figure out how to add bananas to Rice Krispie treats. Just slice. That's what I've done. On top of Cheerios, I slice a banana on top of a Cheerios, the bowl of Cheerios. But yeah, that's what I'm betting she did with the Rice Krispies. But yum. Oh, for treats. Oh, you see, I missed that last word. That's my bad for reading wrong. How to add bananas to the treats. That sounds really good. I'm not sure. I mean, you could try to bake it in with it, but I don't know if that'll mess up the consistency. Yeah, I figured it out. I figured it out. A little delayed, but I figured it out. But yeah, I wonder if that would affect the consistency a bit. Interesting. Interesting. I got to think about that one. I will say, and we've got a little less than 2 minutes before the third sprint, everyone. I did make the mistake before when I was following a recipe. I didn't get the Rice Krispie cereal. I got the Rice Krispie treat cereal. It's got extra marshmallow and sticky stuff, and I didn't know that. And so I added marshmallows and I ate my wooden spoon. I just had to toss the bowl and all because the spoon would no longer stir. And we literally, it was like, you know, Thor's hammer. You could not pull that wooden spoon out of the bowl. So don't make that mistake, everyone. Now she is out. She didn't go anywhere fun either. Oh no. See, that's what I'm saying. It's the worst when they promise you you'll see the world and you can go anywhere you want. Just fill out this. I don't remember what it was. We'll say 204. I can't remember the number of the form, but you fill this out and we'll guarantee you, or re-up and we'll guarantee you. Lies, all lies. Well, you don't bake them. You melt the butter and marshmallow in a pan and then add the cereal. I had a different recipe. I had a different recipe that involved baking. So maybe that was part of the problem. I want to say, and again, this was years ago. This is before Katie existed in the world, if that tells you anything. But I want to say it was from allrecipes.com, but it involved baking in the oven. So maybe mash them and stir it in with the butter before the marshmallows. I would say so. I would say since yours doesn't involve baking at all, I'd say, yeah, maybe try that and see what the flavor. And then if it works with banana, you could try other things too. Like you could mix in chocolate in there and things like that. I think that would be yummy. Have not read anything yet. No worries, Jules. You're busy. Work and made some early lunch since I skipped breakfast. Ooh, definitely if you didn't get breakfast, make sure you're eating now, Jules. You need the energy and you need that sustenance to fuel you through the rest of the day for sure. All right. was going to say it's about to go off. So let's go ahead and roll for our third sprint, everyone. And this time it's a book. I was wondering if we were just going to do the candy the entire time. All right, so we get a full hour on the clock this time, everyone. Happy reading, happy productivity. I will see you guys back here in an hour. We're back from the third sprint, everyone. How did you do? Hope you got a lot of good things accomplished. I was able to do the bills. Bleh. It's never fun, but unfortunately necessary. So got the bills all done and figured out, and worked a little bit on my weekly vlog project to have it ready for you guys for Sunday. And so I got pretty far in my graphic novel of Mary Shelley's like 7 great granddaughter. It's pretty cute. It's not what I expected it to be. I will say that, but I like it. It's pretty much, all these different generations, and they're all writers and stuff. And this, granddaughter just isn't a writer. And so she's like being pressured to do something, but she doesn't feel a calling for that. And something kind of falls into her path that makes her feel like maybe she does know what she wants to do in the future. And it's something completely different than any other generation before her has been doing. Mix that with monsters and a potential monster romance. So it's cute. I'm having a good time with it. I'm really enjoying it. So let's see what you all have been up to. One day when I have a camera that works, I think I may do videos of me cooking and baking. Oh, Christina, you need to. I would watch the heck out of that. I love whenever Sam does videos with her like crocheting and stuff too. Like I love that stuff and her knitting and everything. So I would love to watch you do some baking and cooking. You come up with some really cool combinations. I would love that, Christina. Oh, poor hubby. Work got a hold of me. Blarg. What fun did I miss here? All the fun. We were talking about peanut butter and pirates and all the good things. I'm sorry. You missed it in comics and yeah. And Dodge Chargers. I mean, we talked about all the things. I'm sorry you missed it, honey, but I appreciate you working hard, and maybe I'll fill you in later on all the things. And we got a Vanessa. Hello, Vanessa. I hear you're doing a NetGalley November. I am so excited. It should be really good. Just got back from the gym, running errands. Busy, busy, busy. How was your workout? I hope it was good and got all the errands done. The time has come for me to depart. Oh, I'm sorry that you have a late shift going on tonight, Rope. Catch you on the flip side. See ya, and I'll see you on Sunday night for Kim's sprints. So take care. Don't work too hard. Thanks for being here today. It's great seeing you. Trying to sift through some emails right now. I bet you get a ton with your job, Vanessa. I bet you get a ton of emails. I changed the battery in my watch and then read a couple of pages. Good for you, Tina. I love that. I used to have the Fitbit that I would wear, but it died a terrible, terrible death. And so I told my husband, I was like, rather than spending a ton of money for a replacement Fitbit, which I was only really needing like that it counted the steps, which you can do with any pedometer. I was like, I'm going to go old school. So I have my old, like you can get for $20 on Amazon watch that does a stopwatch on here, an alarm. You can push a button to see it in the dark, have it glow. It was my old watch that I would do Army days. It lasts. I'm telling you, you can get it wet. You can bang it against a tree. You can do all kinds of horrible things to this thing. And it just lasts forever. But it made me think of that because you do have to switch out the battery, but not for like at least a year. So I absolutely love it. But it's not the prettiest watch, but dang if it doesn't last forever and do you good. About 84% through The Exorcist. Oh my gosh. Now, when I read that years and years ago, I remember being disappointed that it didn't match the movie. I remember being like, in the movie it was a little girl, but in the book it was a little boy, and other things that had been changed as well. Are you noticing that? What are your thoughts on reading that so far, Vanessa? Head pops up. Did someone say The Exorcist? Right? I know you're all about that. The creepy crawling guys. I can't handle the weird, like, that's why I think I hate spiders so much is how they're moving. And like when the Exorcist movie, when she goes down the stairs backwards, I can't. I just cannot. Finish my errands and about to get some lunch. Everybody doing the errands. Look at you guys. So industrious. I'm proud of you all. Errands are probably the least favorite thing for me to do besides bills. So good for you all. You're inspiring me. I'm going to try to get that done at some point. I have a bunch of errands to do too. Denise was cleaning the bedroom, going to throw my sheets in the washer and then go to the park to read and walk. We'll join the next chat from there on the phone. Oh, Denise, enjoy that, especially when it's a beautiful day outside. You need to. Yeah, get out there, get some fresh air, come back to fresh, clean sheets. Sounds heavenly. I hope you enjoy your walk. Wait, peanut butter pirates and driving Dodge muscle cars? Sorry, babe. You missed the best session of talking that just for some strange reason sounds like all the things you would love to talk about the most happened while you were gone. Bummer. I love you. I honestly feel like the book is a little too long. It's fascinating though. Well, considering it's based on supposedly a true story, it is fascinating. But yeah, it is long. The movie, in my opinion, was a little bit better. I also didn't like that when you read like what really happened compared to the fictionalized version. They also, along with changing the gender, there were extra things added that were, we'll say, of a pervy nature that never actually happened. And I'm like, why would you add that? Why? I understand shock value and all that, but come on now. This is a little kid we're talking about. Little kid. But I'm glad that you're finding it fascinating and enjoying it, at least, Vanessa. And hey to Vanessa from Christina. Love it. Doing all that sprint hopping and working so hard on the BookTube Bible. So appreciate you guys, both of you. The only interesting news I was going to report is, much to my kids' dismay, it hasn't reached here yet, but in New York, officially, every school year is going to be a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones. So the minute the bell starts for the day until the minute the bell ends and they release them, you have zero access to your cell phones. And they got so many parents, calling in and being like, but what happens if there's an emergency and this and that? And they're like, you do know back in the day, cell phones weren't invented and parents were still able to call the office and get a hold of their kids and vice versa. Like, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to that. And what's funny and interesting is the first couple of weeks, of course, there's a lot of grumbling, complaining, and smuggling in the phones and stuff like that. But a couple months down the road, they went back and it was GMA, I think, did a news on it. And basically, they found out that the students were actually happier. They were actually engaging more with each other and, fun things like that. It was just like, and that their schoolwork got better. I mean, just like all these actually very, very positive things were coming from it. Of course, there's people who are just plain going to be upset about it, but it got other states thinking about it. And so now other states are thinking about, since it went so great for New York, maybe implementing that next year. So I know here in Indiana, they were talking about it. So Katie's like, no. But I thought that was kind of cool. Hey, back to Christina from Vanessa. I sprint hopped and chatted. That sounds just like you. Love it. Sent hubby off to the mines and got some new ideas for the store. Oh, that sounds like so fun, Christina. So much goodness there. I'm glad. Hope hubby has a good day at work and hope son's enjoying school and everything's going well there. We have less than a minute, everyone. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about before we hop into our final sprint? And given the time frame that I need, we cannot do an hour. So 30 minutes or 45, depending on the rules. But let me know if there's anything else you want to chat about. I know there's like a slight delay from when I talk to when things show up, but since I'm not seeing anything, I may go ahead and do a roll. Because again, it's going to go off while I'm doing this. And it's a wine glass, which a wine glass is 30 minutes. So that's perfect. Our last sprint for the day, everyone, will be 30 minutes long. Happy reading, happy productivity. I'll see you all back here in 30 minutes. All right, we're back, everyone, from that last final sprint. How did everyone do? I just kept reading and I did finish Mary. I gave it 5 stars. So I really had a good time with it and enjoyed it. And then I picked up to continue and finish the Alice in Borderland. Volume 9 is the last one. I am so excited. I cannot wait. We're going into the last and final battle. So I am excited. And I will, of course, match it with the show as always. So you'll see that in the video on Sunday. And I think that was all I had left to tell you guys. When we left, of course, we were rolling to see how long we'd go. And Vanessa was hoping a 45. I like 45 myself. 67. Ryan, go back to work. 47. You guys, come on now. Really? Really? Oh my gosh. You guys are so silly. Honestly, so silly. Trying to add in just a couple more minutes, Christina. I won't be mad if you wait 2 more minutes to come back. Jules, work, work, work. I think I got maybe 1 chapter of the cozy read done. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thanks for sprints. I hope everyone has a great weekend. You too, Jules. Always love hanging out with you. Don't work too hard and enjoy your book when you can this weekend. Tidied up around the house. Excellent, Tina, getting all the things done. You did a great job today. I hope Bluey entertained the birdies really well. And thank you for being here. I love it when you're here. Yeah, exactly, Christina. Exactly. Thank you all so much. Again, as always, the highlight of my week for sure. I did my thing and finally got the second coffee. Yes. Always with the coffee, Christina. Always. You guys take care. I'm going to go eat some quick lunch and then do that screening. And if they don't hate me, potentially I'll get to actually do an interview. So we'll see. Take care, guys. And thank you for being here. I adore you guys so much. And I will see you all next week. Take care.